きつける。ひざまずけ。何度でも導いてやる。
Wins. Tatsuya Mishima wins.
Yeah.
To the ring. Step into the ring.
Quit lying to yourself, bro. My shit is A1 day one, baby. Playing on Ethernet and everything. See that squiggly line right there? See that squiggly line right there? Yeah. Quit lying to yourself. Yeah, that's probably on your end.
Piece of cake.
back and I'm going.
Ready? 3, 2, 1, go!
Hands off my prey.
Elite Falco over here, bitch. Here we go. You heard one my birds. Oh. GG's, bro.
Mario wins!
Yeah.
Ready?
I've been good, bro. How you doing this morning?
3, 2, 1, go!
that's a shout out. I gave you a shout out. My bad, bro. Yeah. Hell yeah, Ganondorf got to be in the Zelda movie. What the fuck? GG.
Reprised on the big screen in 2027. Today's video is sponsored by Shii glasses. I had a chance to spend some time with these. What really surprised me most was just how comfortable they are to actually use. Some of the quick news out of the way. Let's get into bigger stuff. Let's start right with Nintendo and their Q1 for the current year.
Go!
We do have a temporary to go on the Switch. Go get there with one of these. We'll see overall also had some reviews on paid sales and some tough certain things as well. Some coming up here in 2026.
You would. That's what's up, bro. I just got my Falco in Elite Smash this year. Like a month ago.
also have a PSP that has that
Yeah.
on it, so I.
If I was using Terry, I would have beat his ass.
So, yeah. Will they get there? Really depends on how long they support the Switch One. I kind of think it's going to be longer than even Nintendo expects.
Terry was the first character that I ever got in Elite Smash. My boy.
Well, it's like 30 some odd billion or so. By the time they wrap this up, provided, of course, they can stuff the system. Software, the Switch.
Sir. My Terry been in Elite for 5 years. Thinking cool with you too. I played Terry since I was playing Terry since I was a kid. Since Capcom versus SNK 2. I used to have that on GameCube when I was a kid. You said what's my favorite matchup to play between Terry and who? Miles below. Appreciate this scripture. That's the word. What's my favorite matchup between who?
First year, and yeah, I'd say so. I mean, we're seeing Capcom, for example, go crazy. To me, it's just we're seeing a ton of third-party stuff hit this platform first year, but now even going to second year with sports lineup. But then also Call of Duty. I know some people that are like playing these games. Those are really big for the mainstream, and that is something that is just a benefit.
3, 2, 1,
time
go!
Closer to so.
Damn, now you ain't up deep.
fighter.
right alongside and saying GTA 6.
Parry.
What's that? That's not much time, and you probably don't need like a super long run for release, since we know it exists, we know it's coming out this year, and we know the game from its multiple previous installments. But it would be nice to get a better look at that game, and I would also like to see what other fun things they plan for the Legend of Zelda 40th anniversary, and of course the movie. So here's hoping they have something planned for August. So we get to September though, people are definitely going to be starting to ask a lot of questions around this whole thing. Next up, let's talk about GTA 6, because we already get an extended look at it, which makes sense because we haven't really seen any gameplay for GTA 6. It's coming out November 19th. So I'm not going to get a look at the game. Drones at this time. Extended look, it's going to happen at the end
I'm
of the
gonna have
month.
to kick dude out here. He using this.
Ready
Netflix, which is
for two. Bring it on. Go.
saying Rainbow Six Siege here on Netflix Thursday, August 27th, 3 p.m. Eastern. Rockstar channel Rainbow Six site at 9 p.m. Eastern on August 27th. In fact, if you go over to Netflix's site,
Hell yeah.
I knew I'd win.
And then look at him down there clapping. You lost. Yeah, he did. My Terry did too. That's cool. It's gonna be a good fight. A good fight right here.
3, 2, bring it on. Go away. Hey. Hey.
Trying to show off.
I did it!
It's all good. He only showing me that he can play good with one character. That Ness thought he was gonna win, bro. I swear.
Ready? Three, two, one, go!
why you gotta like if you don't want to like sub up to nobody's channel, you just get Twitch Turbo. I'm live on YouTube too. Come on my YouTube channel and watch. Yeah, you can do that. You ain't see it spammed in the chat. Say I'm live on YouTube. Well, watch it.
I did it!
Sir, like the stream for me, bro. Subscribe. I wasn't even ready. Fucking sweat. Yeah. He mad, he can't do stuff. He's getting tired, that's why he can't do it.
into the ring.
Partner right here.
Choose your fighter.
Big Red. When I come up in here, if you're gonna run this arena, you better think again.
Don't stand in my way.
to the ring. Had enough already?
Semi-finals. Three, two, one, go!
Had enough already?
Final. Three, two, one, go!
You fucking hate me.
respect to leave you on scene to let you know, hey, y'all didn't screw you. Just leave it on delivery. You try to
Round one.
you try to reach out to something. It's been a while. Long time no see. So many years. Hope you're doing good. God bless you. Congratulations on your new family. I've seen you, baby.
3, 2, 1, go!
Social profile. They don't have to be more better than if they can either look at those social media and if either you don't even have to be doing, but if even look like you're doing better than them, you're done, brother. Excuse me. You're done. You're done. Don't say F you.
Screw them. Screw that.
Bull. As a founder, I used to have 10 tabs open at all times. The Superhuman Go has made things so much more smooth. As a creator and a founder of a video agency, I'm writing constantly. Scripts, product docs, outreach.
It's like a secret society that you ain't have no allegiance to. You not in on it. It's like a big secret. You ain't in on it. You know what I'm saying? This is being done on purpose because this can happen. And I noticed this seems to happen in a lot of popular areas like Houston, Dallas, LA. You know, they do this to especially to people that who reside in major cities or popular areas or that's too highly populated. They do that. It's multiple reasons, but I'm gonna start y'all off with the first reason why people do that. It's an unspoken rule. It's actually psychology. They come outside, they have this idea, they playing psychology on your head because they know the human brain, it wants to avoid people like that. It wants to avoid negative energy, tension. You know what I'm saying? To not be acknowledged, it makes you want to run away from that. So what the thing is, people have come up with the idea, hey, our cities are getting too populated. Hey, this is too populated. We don't want all these people over here, or we don't want a certain amount of people around here. So what they do, they play the ghost game. They act like you don't exist. They hate. This is what we're gonna do. See, they can't physically make you leave because they really want it to themselves, but it's y'all taking up too much space. Y'all hogging up the streets, the road. It shouldn't take 20 minutes to get 4 minutes around the corner. But for somehow it's taking 20 minutes, 30 minutes to get around the corner when the trip is only 4 minutes. See, what people do, they figure if they just ignore you, blow you off, and act like you don't exist, not look at you, but look through you, then obviously you will get the message to pick up, pack your bags, and leave. Just like I told you, this is how they get rid of the popular cities, just like how they said in Texas, they making cannabis illegal because this is a land grab. They want to have this to themselves. They love Texas so much, that they don't like how crowded, overpopulated. Like, look at, bro. It is disgusting. If you look in Houston, bro, if you look at Houston, bro, and looking down at the balcony, you can literally see people crashing their car. You can see people getting pulled over. You can see lights. It look like ants. It look like a science project. It look like solar panels, battery chargers, like just battery banks for energy to just come on, snatch up. It just look like ants squirming around on the earth, and you just looking like, oh my God, how am I gonna get out there involved in all that? Can you imagine somebody? Hey, I see you in traffic from the balcony. I know that car. Wave out. Yeah. Hey, I see you waving. I see you in traffic. That is hella crazy. They don't like how populated this planet is becoming. They don't like how populated the cities has become. They don't like how populated, oversaturated some of these cities are becoming. So because they know people don't like to feel ignored. Can you imagine having the need for aid and assistance? You kind of lost. You need help. You running on your gas on E, and you need somebody that's a native to the city to tell you where's the nearest gas station at, and they look at you and look you dead in your eyes and look away. Hey, we have to ask somebody, do they know they have any kind of cool idea where a gas station is? Hey, you can even blow your horn. Beep beep. Hey, beep beep. Hey, you know where the gas station is? Hey, I need a gas station. They'll look you dead in your eyes, listen to you, look away like, get off this car. Bust your damn head with my damn pistol. I know you see me talking to you. Where's the gas station at there? Hey, I need help. You know where the gas station is? And do it twice. Like, people, it is disgusting how people treat each other, bro. It's disgusting, man. I hate it here. So, and another reason they think you're going to ask them for something, you know what I'm saying? Because times are so hard. Sometimes it ain't you, it's the economy. People got it so hard because you see out here in these major cities, a lot of people ain't making it in these populated cities like Atlanta, Dallas, Houston, LA, Cali. You see a lot of homelessness, and those people, anything, they be shaking a cup, begging, and people tired of that. So in most cities, people have picked up. They just don't make eye contact with anybody for too long. Don't talk to them. Don't keep going. Look, because people be begging, bro. They get tired of that. So that could be another reason why people acting like they don't see, because they are traumatized. They think you finna ask them for something, and you kind of is about to ask them for something. Hey, directions. Hey, I need directions. You know how can I get to the nearest gas station? Hey, you know where the nearest CVS is? People don't like that. Get out of my face. Go over there. Go over there. Get away from me. People don't like that. Whether you asking them for directions, asking them for the homeless, asking them for change, people want to go outside and they want to be left alone. They don't want to feel like you bothering them.
Get back into bed. Try not to burn the house down.
Fuck you getting door.
It's a good thing we got AAA. We're all.
So they figured if they withhold eye contact from you, you won't approach them and say nothing to them, because a lot of people, it's 2026, a lot of people are having it hard. They ain't got pride, man. A lot of people are panhandling. In these major cities, that's what you're going to see. A lot of people hanging out. You could be having a good day. It's having a hot day. I'm thirsty. I'm ready to go. I'm going to get me have me a little cold beverage, and I'm going to get me a little cigar, probably a little black and mild, and I'm going to fill my tank up and go and get me a little snack. Now you hitting at this gas station and you having a good day. Yo, man, I'm finna fill up some tank, give me a little snacks, and I'm in and out. As soon as you hit the door, anything, just begging. Like you see dude in a wheelchair shaking a cup with a sign. He got one shoe on because his other foot swollen because he been walking on concrete for too long. The other one, he laying down on a towel in front of a wheelchair with an umbrella. That's his roof over his head to block the heat, to block the sun. And they all asking for something from you. And people get go over there. Get away from me, man. All y'all need change. All y'all need money. Brother, get away from me. You're like ants. Like, back up. So a lot of people, they get tired of that. Everywhere you come, shaking the cup, need something. Watch out, bro. You can't even go to the stove. Hey, how you doing, brother? You don't care how I'm doing. Let me speak. Hey, bro, you spent some change? Yeah, I knew it. That's why you shut up. You don't care how I'm doing. You just want some change. Ain't that crazy? That's sad, man. And whole time, half the time, they don't even need your change, man. These people, look. This female that I was talking to, I used to associate myself with in Dallas. And she told me most of these homeless people, they choose to be homeless. They don't even have to live like that. They spoiled. They choose to live like that. And I'm gonna say this again. They choose to live like that. These people be having rich families. I'm telling you, these people come from money, man. They be getting into it with people, bumping heads with people. They tearing their bridges with everybody, and they just cause them to have that only path to take. But if they really wanted to, they could pick their act up, clean their ways up, be more nicer to people, and get along with people, and they'll have a roof over their head. It's people that spoiled. They get checks every month. These people they don't really have to be like some of these people that you be thinking be homeless, they really low key get food stamps. I got food stamps, EBT. They low key living better than you. Hell, you can move them in. They can help you. Shoot. That's why I don't feel sorry for them. They really spoiled, man. They got help. How you think they able to change their clothes like that? They clothes cleaner than yours. Socks clean, but you homeless. Nike sliders. Bucket caps. Fresh white tee. How you homeless, but your white tee fresh? You ain't even got no wrinkles in it. You still got the crease in it. They spoiled, man. That's why I don't feel sorry for them, man. But still, though, that's that part. Most people be trying to act like they don't see you. It's because you just looking too damn good and you just doing too damn good. And they feel they have to ignore you. They have to shut you down. They have to still pick at your confidence, pick at your self-esteem, because they really don't have that for themselves. Obviously, it's something that's happened in your life for you to be feeling like that. Obviously, it's something that's going well for you. Something is happening. Something is going your way. Obviously, you ain't just feeling it. Hey, I'm ready to go right now. I'm ready, we can go on. You think they can feel that energy? It's a big dopamine, like you just put nothing better, just put your feet right. I'm ready to go right now. Say I go hard like producer staring at me. She said, "What type of guy do you think I am?" Time to meet at the bar. She said, "You think you can get whatever you want because you some type of star?" No, call me. They think you can get whatever you want. You feeling good, all vibrant. They think, oh, you having your way, huh? This nigga think he can have his way. Yeah, and I'm gonna show him that he can't. See, you think just because you doing good, you think just because you looking good, that I want you. I mean, yeah, I do want you, but I'm gonna show you, hey, you can't have me. I mean, you can have me, but I'm gonna show you that you can't have me. I'm gonna prove to you that you're not that guy that you think you are. You really are the guy, but I'm gonna make you think some way, somehow, that you're not that guy. And that's what they do, man. So they feel like if they don't give you no attention, if they don't give you no acknowledgement, if they withhold attention, if they withhold love and affection from you, then you won't think that you're that guy that you really are. Can you believe that? They really think they punk ass eye contact is gonna stop you from feeling like the man. They think if they don't talk to you, if they just not look at you and look through you like you a glass pitcher, that some way, somehow, that's gonna shape or form how you feel about yourself. These people, they taking advice from people they using dark psychology, man. And they doing this on everybody because they're narcissists and they only want control, man. They only want power. They only want to, excuse me, y'all. They only want to dominate humanity. They be trying to act like they don't see you, but they watching all your stories. That's how you see they big-headed selves all in your stories, but no likes, no comment. And then some of them, They only liked it because they seen how many other people liked it. Now, if nobody else would have liked it, they would have never liked it. People are so fake. They want to act like they don't see you, but they only want to show love when they see other people show love. See, don't wait till you see I got thousands of likes to want to put your little punk ass like, oh, yeah, I'm gonna like it now. I see you got 300. Oh, I see, oh, he got interaction engagement. I see you got 3.K. I see you got 3.3K reactions, so I'm gonna like it now because it's cool to like it now. I see that other people are supporting you. I see that other people are giving you attention, so let me give you some of my weak punk ass attention as well. Like you need they shit. These people are crazy, man. They crazy. They really feel like if they don't look at you, they feel like if they don't acknowledge you, if they don't support you, then you will go away. We antisocial anyways. This is what we want, for people to leave us the hell alone. Like you ain't who you say you are. See, they be trying to act like they don't see you because they don't want to blow your head off. Whatever. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, he think he look good. Whatever. I mean, he do look good, but whatever. He think he the man. I'm gonna show him. I mean, he is the man, but whatever. I'm gonna show him. Narcissistic. That narcissist. That's all. You should be looking at me. I ain't looking at you. They crazy, man. They be trying to act like they don't see you. They can't even help themselves. The more they try to act like they don't see you, the more of a stalker they become. They be trying to act like they ain't get your text message, like they didn't get your call. Now it's hunting them. Now they hit you back. You don't even want to talk to them no more because you realize they was playing games. I know that you was doing this to me on purpose. I know that you left me on scene. You ignored my text message. You didn't pick up that phone call on purpose. And some of them do it because they want you to chase them. Some of them do it because they want you to perceive them as higher value than them. People view reality on a hierarchy point of view. If they don't feel like they higher above you on a hierarchy level, it's a problem with these people. So they gonna cut ties with you and deal with somebody else who they feel is less than you, beneath them, the gum at the bottom of their shoe. If they can't feel like they better than you or got one up on you in any way, shape, or form, they don't want to talk to you. They don't want to look at you. No, I don't want to acknowledge that because they can't stand to see the greatness. Your light shining too bright. They in the dark. They praying to God. And, turn the light out. You burning their eyes out, man. You like Blade when a light hits them. The vampire, they turning to ashes. Your light is burning these vampires so bad that it's turning them to cigarette ashes. It's burning these demons alive, man. Cause see, they full of the devil. They can't look at you because that light is gonna diminish them into the atmosphere like ashes. Dust to dust. These people, they full of the devil and they know they full of the devil. They demonic and they are demons, man. And your light is shining too bright for them. It's like an infrared beam. They full of the devil. They full of shit and they full of the devil. Both of them. Combined mix. Grab the spoon and stir it up. It is disgusting. That's the type of line, the level that these people on, man. They playing mind games. They using voodoo tactics. Dark psychology tricks. I'm here to let you know. Don't fall for that, man. See, it only works on people that's not self-validated. See, when you're not self-validated, you spend your whole day waiting on somebody to validate you. And they can pick up on that and feel that, and they will take you through that. And they will hate you for not wanting their validation. They will hate you for being self-validated. They will hate you for not caring about their validation. They will hate you for not wanting their validation, for not seeking it. We don't give a damn about you and your validation. Screw you and your validation. Give a damn? give a damn about your punk ass validation. You can take your validation and stick it up your. Now, stick it up there and twist it. Give a damn about you, your love, or your punk ass validation.
It doesn't get bigger than this. Full meal deals featuring Old Bay Whitefish, Seafood Trio, or two-piece fish with pups on the side, just $5.99.
Oh, that goes to little Jimmy.
Wait, what's going on?
I'm getting a hand from LegalZoom for our will.
Let's just have AI do it.
And who's gonna double check the AI? More AI? Need a lawyer to look at it to get a will that works for us.
If AI can map the human genome, I think it can write a will.
This is missing your 401k and life insurance. It needs a lot of work.
See?
For an affordable, attorney-backed will or trust, visit LegalZoom.
Screw them. Screw that. Now, you hear that? Huh? You see that? You got that? You screen record that? Huh? What's wrong with? Now, you watching that? Huh? Repost that. Since you're watching so hard. See, they want to act like they don't see you, but they watching you so hard behind closed doors. It's crazy how the hell they do it. See, you can inbox these people. They won't even have the decency, respect to leave you on scene to let you know, hey, yeah, I checked it, screw you. They'll just leave it on delivery. You tried to be nice, you tried to be cool, hell, you tried to be respectful. You tried to reach out to some of these people. Hey, how you been, man? It's been a while, man. Long time no see. So many years, man. I hope you're doing good. God bless you. Congratulations on your new family. I seen you, baby. That's a beautiful baby y'all have. No thank, no response. Oh, screw you. Look, see what happened was they seen your profile. Oh, that's him. Oh, damn him. Screw. They said screw you. They seen your profile. They read the inbox. They swiped their phone up because you can swipe it. You don't have to open it to read it. They read the whole message. Who is this? They went to the search engine, typed your name in, and they realized who it was. They realized, oh, it's just him. Screw him. Oh, screw her. Damn you. Damn her. And they discarded you. So now, you took that message. You didn't let it hurt your feelings. You moved on. Now, the same people that rejected you, the same people that ignored you, the same people that you showed respect to and they declined you, type in your name in the search engine and they looking you up now. Where they had the chance to reconcile. They had the chance to reunite. They had the chance to speak. You was just complimenting these people. Because, see, you're not a hater. When you see stuff, you don't scroll past. Damn, that. No. Hey, bro, congratulations, bro. That's a nice car you got. See how you ride clean? They don't show no love back. Because, see, you real. They not real. Whenever you see something, you like it. You respect. Hey, congratulations, bro. Oh, it's your birthday today? Okay. Hey, happy birthday, bro. Be careful. Be safe. Nothing. See, some of these people, they act like they don't see you. They do this on purpose because they really hate you. It's envy and hatred, man. They hate how far you've come, bro. I told you, these people got main character syndrome. They think it's all about them. They feel like they should be doing better than you. They looked at your profile, because you know a lot of people, they look on social media and they feel like if they can judge you off your social profile, it don't have to be reality. But if they think any kind of way, type, shape, or form, in any aspect, if you doing better than them, if they can even look at your social media, and if you don't even have to be doing, but if it even look like you're doing better than them, you're done, buddy. Excuse me. You're done. You're done. They're gonna say F you, the hell away with you, do away with you, banish. You are done. You are XL. You can't come over here no more. It's a problem. You see what I'm saying? So now, they saw that. Once you reached out to them, they did the comparison. No, I don't want to talk to you. Hell, no, screw you. You doing better than me. I don't want to talk to you. They hate you, man. They act like they don't see you because they hate you, man. They act like they don't see you because they lost their competition. They lost their battle with you. They act like they don't see you because they want you to feel it. They always hated you, man. They never expected for you to make it this far. See, they gave up. You never gave up. They stopped. You never stopped. They are being swallowed up by debt and bills. The debt and the bills just swallow. Have you ever been swallowed up? Like the debt and the bills, they are just swallowed up in debt and bills, man. The rent, they just swallowed up, and they don't know what to do with it. They are swallowed up in brokenness, in poverty and debt, and they looking at you like, damn. Have you ever been swallowed up in debt, trouble, and traumatic experience that you can't even go forward and put your best foot forward no more? You turn into a goalie and start hating on other people. Yeah, they've been destroyed already, man. Life done did it to them already. They've already been swallowed up by the depths of life. Swallowed up, destroyed. How TDJ say? Oh, me, these people are crazy, man. So they want to act like they don't see you to make them, they feel like it's going to hurt your feelings. They think you don't pout if they refuse to pet you. They figure if they ignore you, don't give you no attention like a dog. See, we not dogs. They figure if they withhold love and affection from you, stop petting you, stop giving you attention, don't look at you, don't give you no acknowledgement, stop petting you and don't rub your fur, that you... They thought that you was going to get butthurt. We don't care.
What I would say to my younger self: go after things more. Don't be scared of failure, because you will fail, but you don't know unless you try. And smile more.
Checkers and Rally's $4 unbeatable meal deal is back and still unbeatable.
In my day, you could get a whole meal for $4.
That's worth $4.
Whoa, that's fire. Choose the new loaded tender wrap stuffed with bacon, cheese, and ranch. Classic burger or spicy chicken. Your choice with fries, drink, and chicken bites. Just $4 unbeatable bucks.
Bring it in.
Okay, Twin.
Only at Checkers and Rally's. This eats different.
We don't got separation anxiety. They do. We can be by ourselves. We're not that dog who got separation anxiety when the owner leave the house. They start because they can't be by themselves. That's how they want you to act. They want you to lose your cool when they go away. They want you to get mad if they don't acknowledge you. They want you to get burned if they don't pet you. We don't want to pet you. We don't talk. I want that dog. We don't want you. We don't talk. We want to pet that dog. They think it's gonna hurt you. Not saying that you a dog. These people, they hate us, man. They jealous, man. They are jealous of you, man. I don't know who this message is for, but they are so jealous of you, man. Looking at you will be like facing their demons head on, and a lot of people cannot face their demons, man. They are jealous, man. They see you as somebody who they can't be. See, they have been faking it their whole lives. When they look at you, you the real deal. You the person that they've been mimicking this whole time. You the whole person. You got the identity that they've been portraying to have. Your identity is the same identity that they've been mimicking to be like. You the same person that they've been pretending to be. They can't face you, man. A lot of people can't face their demons. You the demon that they can't face, man. They be trying to act like they don't see you. You ever walk down the street and somebody looking dead at you? By the time you look up to them, you notice they looking at I wasn't looking at you. Hell no. You want to know why they do that retarded shit? Because they saw you. They wanted to look at you, but they didn't want you to notice that they were staring at you. Because these people, like I'm telling you, they operate from a hierarchy position in their mindset. In their mindset, people feel like if they get caught looking at you for too long, then that gives you aura points. They feel like they're giving you aura. They feel like if you catch them staring at them, then that's gonna boost your confidence. That's gonna boost your ego. They feel like if you catch them, no, you ain't cute. No, you ain't my type. No. They feel like they can't give you that much credit. They feel like that will be them considered them giving you credit. And they just can't have you going home feeling that good about yourself. No, you ain't all that. I was not looking at. I was looking at that homeless guy. Get out the way. I wasn't looking at you. Soon as you look away, they stalking you. Looking, see, it's a secret. See, they act like they don't see you when you ain't looking. But when soon as you look away, or go, they looking you up on your page. They probably rubbing, touching their nipples to you, getting off, looking at your social media page. But when they see you in real life, it's like nothing never even happened. See, you really low key turn these people on. Who is this blowing me up? Anyway, you low key really turn these people on. But they feel like if they give you that, they don't want to give you that satisfaction of knowing that you was, because to be looking at somebody, it takes muscle to move your eyeballs and to move your head in the same and to be, that took energy. Like, yeah, I caught you looking, or either walking past from there. But I saw you looking because I was looking at my phone, and you look at me with the big old buck eyes. They probably liked you, and they didn't want to give you the satisfaction of knowing that they liked you, so they looked away and trying their hardest. Like, you ever seen somebody? Why I look like you trying to look at me? I don't even know you. Why you think? What's over there? Hell no. You finna get no free validation off me. Hell no. No validation. No validation. Don't give him the time of day. No validation. Like, you look stupid. Then you can just look at their neck. You look like a geese, a duck at the pond. They just trying so hard to, like, why? This person trying not to look at me. And they look stupid. It's like so obvious. You ever seen that? Like, somebody that's trying to look, you know, it's like, what is this? What is you doing? So you just sit there and look like, this person trying not to look at me. I ain't even notice you. I ain't even think about you. That's a demon in them, man. These people, they walk around possessed, man. They got demons that's controlling their bodies, man. And they saw your light. The demon in them recognized you, man. The demon inside of them that they done probably got out of a raw piece of chicken, out of church's chicken, that had got in their body and then took over their nervous system. And the demon inside of them recognized the angelic light in you, and here they go. It's getting hot. Turn the air on. Turn the fan on. Can I get some water? Because they demon. They demonic, man. They can't even stand next to you without acting like that. They can't give you the satisfaction. Yeah, because you right there. You right there. You making them feel uncomfortable with they punk asses. Cowards. They cowards. Like allergic reaction, man. Is you okay? They about to break out in cold sweats, man. Trying their hardest not to look at you, man. Because they jealous, man. They intimidated, man. And they really low-key some fans. And they fanned out. And don't want you to know it because they feel like if you know how much they like you, how much they attracted to you, then that they will lose power in the hierarchy world. Then that automatically mean that y'all trade places. You the king and they the peasant. I don't know. That's how people thinking, but it is what it is. Hell, I'll holler at y'all later in the next video. Excuse me. Y'all put it in the comments. Let me know, like, you ever come around, you notice how people be trying to act like they don't see you, how you be trying their hardest, trying not to acknowledge you. Not that you care, but just you can't.
Guys, we gotta talk about PlayStation. Yeah, I know. I already know. You can
just talk in the comments. You could laugh at me. You know, it's fine. Guys, we got to talk about PlayStation, man. Because, listen, there's a couple of things that are going down with PlayStation. And it's not just mainly PlayStation in this story either, although it is tied to Grand Theft Auto because, guys, there's so much going on. First and foremost, here's what we're going to be covering in this segment. Number one, PlayStation is now being sued in 5 countries over claims that it has too much control over digital game sales on the PlayStation platform. We're going to talk about that. We're also going to talk about how Sony is now reportedly preparing to bring more ads to the PlayStation ecosystem. It's going to be potentially following suit to what Xbox is doing by displaying ads while you play video games. Now, I don't know if this is going to be tied to certain tiers and whatnot, but we're going to talk about it. It's most likely going to be some free ad-supported tiers, something ridiculous. And we're also going to talk about Grand Theft Auto because PlayStation and Sony, the same company that has decided not to advertise the removal of physical media on their platform that they can easily advertise it on, they decided it was more important to remind you to go buy a PlayStation 5 Pro. To go buy a PlayStation 5 Pro to go play Grand Theft Auto 6, which, by the way, we're also going to talk in this particular segment about Grand Theft Auto 6 apparently wanting to make you pay early access to watch a trailer. Apparently, there's going to be a 30-minute trailer, an extended view that's going to be available only on Netflix at 3 p.m. Eastern on August 27th. And then it's going to be uploaded at 9 p.m. Eastern on their YouTube channel a few hours later. But you can get early access today if you subscribe to Netflix, which sadly, there's a lot of people that are doing that. And we're going to talk about exactly who is doing all that nonsense. So let's start off with the first story. First and foremost, we got lawsuits everywhere. And I have a feeling it's only going to get worse. And unfortunately, I think it's going to have to get to this point in order for a company like PlayStation, who feels like they have total control over everything, you and everybody else, I think it's going to have to go here, right? The lawsuits that are filed in the United States, United Kingdom, Netherlands, Portugal, and now Mexico argue that because Sony is the only company allowed to sell digital PlayStation games through the PlayStation Store, that it can keep prices higher and give players fewer choices. Now, we all know this is true, okay, because there are prime examples of this all across the board. There are people posting right now on social media videos and pictures of them buying a bunch of physical product, mainly PS4, PS5 games, but buying like those video games for ultra cheap and then comparing it to what it would cost on the digital platform at the time that they bought those physical games. And it's usually astronomically more expensive. We're talking about somebody being able to buy 5 to 6 video games for, let's say, $80 to $90, but instead only being able to buy, let's say, 1 or 2 of those games on the PSN store because the prices are so high. It really is insane, but we all know that's only one of the many reasons why they want to do this. But now let's talk about the ad ecosystem, because this is kind of crazy, and it goes into the entire digital ecosystem that PlayStation desperately wants, right? So Sony's reportedly preparing to bring more ads to the PlayStation ecosystem. According to recent reports, Sony is going to be expanding its advertising business by hiring for roles focused on ad sales, advertising technology, audience targeting, and data analytics, which is why they want to constantly harvest your data. This is why they want you to sign up for PSN. This is what they think is. This is really what it's about. Like, it's all coming together for them. And then it says the plans reportedly include PlayStation services, free ad-supported streaming, and connected TVs and other digital platforms as well. Based on the available information, the company appears to be building a larger advertising business as a whole. Now, the funny thing about this is that Xbox already is experimenting with doing something like this, where I remember seeing somebody playing Forza Horizon 6 and then getting an ad at the right side of the screen of whatever the hell they were looking at, and it was playing as they were playing. So it's not that it necessarily pauses the game or anything, it just shows up in the corner as you're playing the game. Ubisoft does this for their own stuff, where, you know, I was playing Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced recently, and the moment I logged into the game, I would get ads for, like, the store. Hey, buy this, buy that, buy this now. So a lot of these companies are trying to utilize their video games as a means to now sell ad space. this is going to get really bad. You know, at this point, once they get a taste of this and they realize how much money is going to be made by selling ad space inside of players' gaming time, at this point, what used to be something that you could relax and sit back and play and just enjoy and just, you know, just kind of like de-stress from the day, you can't even escape the day anymore. You can't even escape it anymore. Now at this point, you're going to get an ad for like Taco Bell. You're going to get an ad for Mountain Dew. You're going to get an ad for Doritos. You're going to get an ad for all kinds of nonsense, right? If you're a PlayStation gamer, you might even get a sex toy ad. Who really knows? But at the end of the day, it's really going to be very, very annoying for a lot of people to deal with. But maybe the players over at PlayStation will be very accepting of it. Who really knows? Now, it does say that it is going to be a potential free ad-supported streaming, or it's going to also include PlayStation services, which means that they're probably going to gatekeep it, right? They're probably going to gatekeep it behind a higher tier. So they're going to essentially force this on people that either don't pay for PS Plus, which I don't really know how they're going to do that, but I'm sure they'll figure out a way, or they're going to force it on people that pay for the lowest subscription price for PlayStation Plus. Similar to what's going on with Crunchyroll, because remember with Crunchyroll that is also owned by Sony, this is something where they completely cut off access to the store that used to be available to everyone, regardless of whether or not you were subscribed. They cut off the store to people that only pay mid-tier or higher. So even people that pay low tier don't even get access to the store anymore. So I guarantee you PlayStation Plus is going to do the same exact thing. I wouldn't even be surprised if they go one step more egregious and lock out the PlayStation Store from people that buy PlayStation. I know that sounds insane, but hear me out. It might get to a point where PlayStation is so confident and they're so cocky and narcissistic that they think that they can force people to at least pay the lowest tier of PlayStation Plus in order to gain access to the store, which is the only place where they can actually buy PlayStation video games. You never know. I know that sounds insane, but to be honest with you, considering that they're charging early access for a Grand Theft Auto trailer, that also sounded insane not that long ago. I think at this point, anything's possible. I really do. I think at this point, anything is generally possible, no matter how crazy it sounds. You know, if you would have asked me this 2 years ago, I would have been like, you're out of your mind. But now, not so much, right? You really can't blame me for that. At this point, it's PlayStation's fault. Anyway, so we got to talk about this. Now, again, there's articles that are written up about this. Sony's looking to bring more ads to the PlayStation platform, and fans will not like it. Push Square for Taco Bell. Keep in mind, this is at Push Square, right? So this is a Sony-oriented website. This is basically a Sony show website. These are people that write specifically for PlayStation, and they try their best to make PlayStation look the best, but there's really no way that you can possibly do this. It says that Sony's looking to incorporate ads from non-endemic brands into its console as the company increasingly looks for ways to maximize profits. This is a company, by the way, that's making more money than ever. They're about to completely kill off physical media, and even after killing off physical media, which is going to boost their income, they're also looking for ways to make even more money. So at this point, these guys are going full psychopath. Digiday spotted a series of new job listings posted last month by the platform holder, which implies looking to explore new advertising opportunities across PlayStation ecosystem. One role based at its headquarters in San Mateo specifically seeks a director of client partnerships, which would be responsible for partnering with major brands in selling emerging and opportunities. It's perhaps worth noting these could encompass a broad range of strategies, including PS Plus partnerships, PS Store placements, or even collaborations on content. But I think crucial to the job listing is that it specifically mentions non-endemic brands, meaning the scope here extends beyond promoting upcoming games like GTA 6 and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4, and instead looking at non-gaming products like Coca-Cola or McDonald's, which, again, is absolutely going to happen. We are probably 2 years or less away from...
Driving is what drives me. But when
seeing something like this go down, right? Now, guys, it's funny that this is all mentioned, that they mentioned GTA 6, because one thing that's going on right now over at PlayStation is that they are advertising heavily, by the way. They are advertising extremely heavily for you to go buy a PlayStation 5 Pro, right? Look at this. In the digital PlayStation Store, A new promotional banner has appeared. It urges users to purchase a PlayStation 5 Pro in preparation for the release of Grand Theft Auto 6. The promotional text explicitly confirms the official launch date of the project as 19th of November, 2026. This advertisement triggered active discussions among members of the Reddit community. Many players consider buying the upgraded console version unnecessary due to its high cost. A significant portion of users believe that the base version will deliver a similar performance level. Guys, listen. I know that people are talking about like, oh, you know, is it worth it to buy a PS5 Pro or whatever? I'm not even talking about that. That's not important to me. What's important to me is that this just proves that PlayStation is purposefully, okay, maliciously and purposefully not telling people about the incoming doom that is the removal of physical product from the PlayStation ecosystem. They could have advertised that on their PlayStation Store. They could have put a notification on the PlayStation Store, just like they're doing right now with Grand Theft Auto 6. They're not doing it. Why? Because they know that if they put it on their store, or if they put it as a notification on their system, then their normies will actually see it before it's too late. These guys are being so malicious about this, they won't even put it on their system. Meanwhile, they can advertise a third-party video game that's not even exclusive to their system because they know how much this game is going to move consoles for them. It's insane, brother. Like, I don't care about whether or not it's going to be able to handle GTA 6. You're always going to be playing the inferior version of GTA 6 on console. It is what it is. Console people don't care, and that's besides the point. The point is, realistically, they can warn people. They absolutely can tell people, but they're only telling people everywhere else except where people actually are looking. And I think that's insane. Experts and gamers continue to debate potential frame rate and graphic enhancement on the Pro model. Brother, you're still going to be playing on a PlayStation 5. You're going to get a nice-looking game. You're not going to get the best version of the game, but you'll get a nice-looking game, and that's basically it. Developers have not yet disclosed exact technical details regarding performance across different devices. They haven't said anything. They haven't said anything. They haven't said what the specs are, what the minimum specs are. They're not even going to mention anything PC-related, and realistically, they haven't even showed any gameplay. You got insane amount of people pre-ordering this digital game, right? It's not even a physical version. You got people pre-ordering this digital game as if it's gonna sell out if they don't. Meanwhile, they haven't even showed you a lick of gameplay. They haven't showed you anything. They are completely silent on this game. And that's because, unfortunately, the normies, the gun and ball gamers, have given them the ability to be so narcissistic that they believe they can be silent. Because they know they can, right? They can sell this game without having to ever show gameplay whatsoever. I swear, bro, I swear to everything, Rockstar can release this game right now without showing any gameplay, and it'll sell hundreds of millions of copies eventually. It's only a matter of time. It's crazy. But anyway, so fans of the franchise eagerly await new official gameplay demonstrations from the creators, which again, I think it's going to be coming in that Netflix showcase. Whatever's happening in that Netflix showcase, I think that's what it's going to be. There's no way that they're going to have a 30-minute showcase without any gameplay, and if they do, bro, I don't even want to have that conversation. Speaking of which, let's have the conversation about Netflix. So if you guys missed the announcement, and I'm going to tie it into this story, this is where I look at this and I'm like, dude, there is just no way. There's no way this is real. But unfortunately, it is real. I think I lost all faith in the gaming industry at this point by reading this, because I can't believe that we're here now. I can't believe that we're in a world where we're selling early access for a trailer, but this is where we're at, right? So they announced it today. A Netflix glitch suggesting that the GTA 6 extended view will be about 30 minutes long, okay? It's going to be about 30 minutes long. Apparently, they are going to essentially be selling an extended look, all right, on Netflix Thursday, August 27th at 3 p.m., they're going to be selling an extended look. Now, this extended look is funny to me because right below this, you can see Rockstar Games, after they announced that they're going to be selling a supposed extended look at 3 p.m., they said that they're also going to be launching an official Rockstar Games YouTube channel version and on the Grand Theft Auto site itself at 9 p.m. Eastern on the same exact day. So, what the fuck is the point? What is the point of this? I don't understand. What is the point of launching this at 3 p.m. Eastern, and then later in the day, you're going to be launching it at 9 p.m. Eastern on YouTube and on your official website. You mean to tell me that the deal between you and Netflix is so good that you rather give Netflix first dibs? Is that where we're at? Bro, these guys will do anything other than show the goddamn trailer. They will do anything other than show the gameplay for the trailer. And it's wild because it's in my opinion that Rockstar doesn't need Netflix. Rockstar doesn't need any kind of promotion from Netflix or anything like that. They got all the normies. They have complete control over all the normies. They don't need the normies from Netflix. And when their previous trailers dropped, they were like the #1 view thing on X up until the PlayStation debacle that happened with physical media. But it had hundreds of millions of views on their video. I mean, on YouTube, it's got a crazy amount of views. They don't need Netflix, so they're doing it for a reason, right? Whether it's Netflix is benefiting from this or whether it's Rockstar is benefiting or both of them, at the end of the day, I don't know who really like struck the deal. I don't know if this is like Netflix going to Rockstar and saying, hey, release this early on our platform and we'll pay you millions of dollars. Or is it Rockstar already having a deal with Netflix from, you know, the previous deal that they had with San Andreas and whatever's available on their platform because Netflix has it available on their platform for the phones. I don't know which way it goes, but ultimately I just think this is so stupid. This kind of just shows the enshittification that has happened within gaming and just how bad things have actually gotten, where we're now selling early access on trailers now. That's what we're having. At this point, brother, I don't even mean to make a joke, but I don't really think this is a joke anymore. At this point, it's only a matter of time before they release the trailer. Let's say they got a 30-minute trailer. It's only a matter of time before they release 5 minutes of it. And then the last 25 minutes of it, you have to pay a DLC to get it. I'm not even kidding. I know you guys are probably shaking your head right now listening to that. I'm not even kidding, bro. That's where I really think we're at right now. They're gonna start selling DLC on a trailer. It's crazy, bro. It makes me sick. Like and the sad thing is that you're gonna have people that are gonna pay it. You're going to have people that are going to be all for it. They're going to be like, yeah, I'll do it. You know why? Because the people that are playing Netflix right now are like the content creators. There are content creators out there that are paying Netflix in order to get this early view so that they can react to it. You want to know how I know? Because you have people out here that are saying that they got the go-ahead, right? Because they were asking, hey, are we gonna get struck for reacting to this? Because of course that's the first thing people care about. Nobody cares about the fact that they're charging for an early viewing on a fucking game trailer. No, they're more so worried about whether or not they're gonna get struck down or not. That's what they're worried about. For all the content creators worried about Netflix striking the Grand Theft Auto 6 extended look, you're welcome to cover it as you wish. Reaction videos, breakdowns, etc. once it's live. A Netflix rep told me. I hope this is fake. I hope this is fake. You want to know why I hope this is fake? Because if this is fake and all these content creators start reacting to this and they get mega struck, you guys deserve it. You guys deserve it. You guys deserve to get mega struck and took it down. I hope this is a trap. I really do. I hope so. Because that'll be hilarious. That wouldn't make any sense. Why would they allow you to stream it? This has to be a trap. Why would they allow you to stream it if they're paying Rockstar millions of dollars in order to get first access to it?
Victor, fadeaway jumper, down it goes! Victor Wembanyama hits a game winner! And Victor Wembanyama is the hero!
For generations, Advanced Auto Parts has been there, with all the right parts.
You guys, if you stream this, you are cooked, and you only have yourselves to blame for even remotely thinking about paying for Netflix if you weren't already, in order to get an early viewing of this shit. You're absolutely cooked. And I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of people that are going to do exactly that. So at that point, it is what it is. We can't save you. But in any case, guys, so all of this combined between the lawsuits that are happening against Sony, between the ad-supported tiers of PlayStation Plus that are on the way to that locked-down digital ecosystem, to the fact that they're relying on Grand Theft Auto to push PlayStation 5 Pros, and then relying on Grand Theft Auto to apparently push Netflix subscriptions. Bro, I'm out of words. I have nothing else to say other than I can't believe the reality that we're in right now. and how overall terrible it is. And while there is amazing video games that have released lately, there are. Like, I don't want to pretend like there isn't. I'm completely obsessed with Dragon Sword Awakening. Completely obsessed with that game. There's a lot of good video games that are out right now. Thankfully, they're not PlayStation exclusive because, well, I just don't think they have the ability to do that anymore. But even though there are amazing games out there, I can't help but look at this stuff that I know is going to affect millions of people and just sigh. Like, I really can't, like, again, I'm not affected by this because I'm not a PlayStation player. But at the end of the day, I know people that are PlayStation players. And, like, I know some of you that are watching my videos are PlayStation players or former PlayStation players. I can't help but looking at this and just sighing. I just can't. I can't help it. I honestly can't help it. I look at this and I'm like, dude, this is just so unbelievably bad. But you know what? It is what it is. This is the timeline that we're in right now. So all we can do is just kind of keep talking about it, keep putting it out there, and hope that more and more people understand what's happening and try to get as many people out of Dodge as we possibly can. You can't save everybody, but hopefully we save a few. And that's basically it. That's all I got, man. This timeline sucks, dude. This timeline fucking sucks.
Right now, there is a war waging within the video game industry, but it's not really between people. It's not between opinions on what game is good and what game is bad. No, the tides have kind of turned because now the corporations, the people in charge, the publishers, the developers, the manufacturers of video games are now telling gamers, hey, this is what you want to play. Hey, this is the new cool thing. And most importantly, hey, this is how you want to play your games, whether you like it or not. Obviously, we've been talking a lot about Sony's decision to end physical games starting in January of 2028. A very controversial decision, having to go through one storefront, digital only, no physical games, no other options in order to own your games on your system. There are lots of red flags with this that some people are just kind of giving up on. And I understand why. When you look at what I talked about in yesterday's video, talking about PlayStation, it looks like the writing is on the wall with this. Make sure you check out that video after checking out this one because PlayStation is going full bore with this. I don't think any sort of PS blackouts or mean tweets or angry YouTube comments are going to change anything. You got to hit them where it hurts. You got to hit them in the wallet, which, may I remind you, they say is not going to happen. People are just going to accept and consume this all-digital future, and we're not going to see any sort of negative impact on our stuff. But you got to wonder, like, how much of these numbers are actual factual stuff? A lot of companies don't give their splits. Companies that do give their splits for physical versus digital have lots of outliers, such as PC versions, digital-only games, mobile games, that they factor into these massive equations that show, oh, most people buy digital games. And it's like, well, you're kind of setting up an uneven playing field. If a game is only available digitally, then of course that's how people are going to buy it. What do you expect to happen with this? But enter Nintendo. The last bastion of any sort of physical product is Xbox.
Do you know how much your transfer credits could save you? That's real money, real time, real results. Meet TransferPath, a free app from University of Phoenix that shows what can transfer in just a few taps. Snap a pic of your transcripts and upload. We'll handle the rest. Download TransferPath and start your free pre-evaluation today.
When AT&T hands you the all-new Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 8 for $0, you get more screen, more summer, more connection, which is a deal we can all get behind.
Hey! Let's keep the vibe going!
Get the all-new Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 8 for $0.
Xbox don't care, pal. I don't know how many times I need to say that. Xbox don't care about physical stuff. Enter Nintendo, the last bastion of any sort of physical resemblance. And while it's not perfect, the options are much better than just an all-digital future. Nintendo had a recent financial investors report meeting. Various things went over, such as game sales, system sales. I believe the Switch 2 is at over 23 million units sold, which is you know, pretty damn impressive for this system, considering the software hasn't exactly lit the world on fire. Software sales seem pretty strong, except for games like Metroid Prime 4, because, wow, they screwed that game up. You know, those Metroid fans, very vocal online, but when it comes to putting their money where their mouth is, they disappear, just like they did with Dread. But the thing I found very interesting about this financial report was Nintendo themselves gave a split about how their games are consumed on their platforms, giving us actual numbers when it comes to physical games and digital games. Now, when it comes to stuff with this, there is a little bit of some nuance within it. There is some, you know, digital only stuff. Are they counting game key cards and stuff like that? Nintendo, of course, has only released one game key card, that being Pokopia. However, that game actually did very well, which is crazy to me, but people seem to love it, so I'm not going to kick that hornet's nest. But what is the split? How many people are buying physical Nintendo games? Mind you, Nintendo also had some digital-only games. Maybe you bought Drag X Drive. Maybe you bought Welcome Tour. Those were digital-only games, so that does factor into it. 38.5% of Nintendo's software sales were physical games. Nearly 40% were physical games. Taking into account, we're not sure how game key cards are counted. We know Capcom does it like a digital game, so that's going to screw up those numbers. So anything that sells on the Switch 2 that's from Capcom is accounted for as a digital thing. So Nintendo may be doing that. Keep in mind, Nintendo did do 2 digital-only releases, you know, when it comes to stuff like that. Also upgrade paths and stuff like that with various games. I'm pretty sure that's counted as digital as well. So if you upgraded your Zelda, you upgraded your Super Mario Country Fair Jamboree, that was counted in it. With all that being said, 38.5%. Now, granted, it is down roughly 2% year over year. But you also have to factor in all of those things that I just said. 40% is a large chunk of the marketplace. But nobody buys physical games, RGT. Nobody cares about physical games, RGT. Look at the numbers from Capcom. Look at this. Look at that. It doesn't matter. You have to have an even playing field when you're having this discussion, or else there's no point in having the discussion. If the numbers are fudged, obviously, these companies want to come along and preach this all digital age to you because they make more money. And that's what it's all about at the end of the day. I get it. You want to make your money. You can make your money by selling digital, and you can make your money by selling physical. These things do not have to be, you know, opposite ends of the spectrum. It's not like you can only do one or the other. You could do both. You could appease both sections of the marketplace. Some people like to buy digital games. Some people like the convenience. Some games I like to buy digitally. Some games I like to buy physically. I recently just bought Ghostbusters on the Nintendo Switch 1 because I really like that game. I own the game digitally, but I still bought a physical copy. Why? Because I want to have it in my collection. That's a game that I feel like has potential licensing issues. That's a game that I feel like could be removed at any point in time. But here's the bigger story with this. There's a weird justification because I'm sorry. I feel like a lot of the mainstream media is just peddling what these companies want them to peddle when it comes to talking about this, devaluing the importance of physical games, devaluing any sort of consumer rights and having different options. I feel like a lot of the mainstream media, when it comes to video games, is severely downplaying this stuff. Now, this information was released yesterday. I decided to pull up an IGN article about it. And in this article, there is something very interesting that is being said here that just brings my piss to a boil. Because you are assuming something based on absolutely nothing as to why Nintendo's percentage is so high. So let's read this together. I'll read it out loud to you and put some random B-roll up on the screen, and you could decipher how you feel about this yourself. While the percentage is growing smaller, it remains a hefty proportion, and something that sees Nintendo differ significantly from other publishers. Only yesterday, Capcom stated that approximately 90% of its game sales were now digital, which we've already debunked because they're factoring in PC stuff and digital-only releases, and of course, crippling amounts of having low inventory of fucking Resident Evil, a new Resident Evil game, and you have low inventory on it. But we're not going to talk about that in this article. We're not going to mention that. We're just going to keep going. But the difference here makes some sense, considering that Nintendo's vast audience caters to many younger and more casual players. The audience is more likely to buy physical games or have them bought for them to share among family members or to eventually resell to take advantage of their trade-in value. Nintendo also has numerous die-hard fans who alternatively wish to keep their physical games as a part of a larger collection. Excuse me? What did you just say here? What sort of justification? First off, you don't need to justify this. This does not need justification. If whoever wrote this article has been alive for more than 30 years, this article would not need to have this statement in it, because people over 30 years old remember buying physical video games if they were playing games around that time. So they have younger and more casual players. So that means casual players want to buy physical games? To me, that's the opposite. To me, the casual player is the one buying the shit digitally, because now they don't have to go to the store or anything like that. You're just pulling out information from thin air that does not exist, that there is no precedent set for this information, trying to justify something that is just common sense. People like to have options. What are you talking about? They eventually want to resale to take advantage of their trade-in value? Anyone with any physical game has that in mind. You can always resell the game. That's one of the points. That's one of the beauty points of having a physical game. You're not stuck with it forever. You don't like the game, you sell it to a friend, you trade it in or something like that. Nintendo has numerous die-hard fans who alternatively wish to keep their physical games as a part of collection, as a larger collection. Does PlayStation not have that same thing? I have a ton of fucking Dude, look at this. Let me show you something here, assholes. Every Resident Evil game that released on almost every Resident Evil game that released on the PlayStation 4. I bought this in a bundle off eBay. So I was like, you know what? That's cool as shit. I love Resident Evil. I have a big-ass PS4 collection. I have PS2 games. I have PS1 games. So this just only applies to Nintendo. That's the justification here. Or maybe, follow me on this, people. Follow me on this. Go down this rabbit hole with me. Maybe these companies don't know what they're talking about. Maybe Nintendo just proved Sony wrong. Maybe Nintendo is proving all of these companies wrong, and all of these people that say physical games don't sell, physical games don't matter. Mind you, if you go buy a physical Nintendo Switch 2 game right now, if you're not getting it on a potential discount from Walmart or Amazon, a price match thing, you are paying $10 more for that game. Let's take a look at Japan, shall we? Japan, I don't think they were participating in this. I'm not sure if Amazon of Japan is matching. I don't think there's Walmart in Japan. And if it is, it's not a very big presence. Japan in the first week sold 500,000 physical copies of Splatoon Raiders, more than likely at the full $60 price or whatever that is converted to yen instead of the $50 digital price. People went out of their way to buy that game physically, but the physical game market doesn't matter. Even though you could buy the game digitally cheaper, doesn't matter. And we're supposed to believe all of this stuff. We're supposed to just believe and I'm not saying there's anything nefarious to it. I'm not saying, some people are like, oh, Sony is paying these websites and shit like that. I'm not saying that at all. What I am saying is they're trying to tread lightly because they don't want to burn any bridges with Sony. They don't want to burn any bridges with any video game company. Look, I could be a hell of a lot more successful if I brown-nosed and sucked dick to get where I am with, you know, video game coverage and stuff like that and try to tiptoe around stuff. But I don't care. I don't care if these companies don't like me, because a lot of things I don't like about them. And let's be realistic, Nintendo is not perfect in this equation. Game key cards are still a problem for a lot of people, although I feel that game key cards are better than an all digital future, as long as that is an option, which is what we're seeing. An option for it. You could buy a game key card, or you could buy the digital copy. Or if the game has a physical copy, you could buy a physical copy. I just don't like this sort of tiptoeing around the situation and not actually calling these companies out, not actually holding these companies accountable. Because what ends up happening with that is you have a toxic positivity culture that goes around with this, where you keep telling companies, oh, you're doing the right thing. This is good. This is good. And then when everything comes crumbling down, everyone's pointing fingers. Oh, it was the people that were being mean about this that caused this situation. No, it's the fact that you don't listen to any sort of criticism and you don't listen to any sort of outside voices saying, hey, maybe this isn't a good decision. So in my personal opinion, which could be right or could be wrong, Nintendo just destroyed the narrative. Nintendo destroyed the narrative. Nintendo made Sony look like a fool, because Sony is just as capable of selling 40% physical products as Nintendo is, but they choose not to. And that is the point I'm trying to make here. They're making a conscious decision to strip away how you purchase video games because they want to. And they want more money. Anyways, guys, let me know what you think in the comments section down below. Got a little heated there. Got a little heated, but hey, you know what? Sometimes some things need to be said, pal, and I'm going to be the one to say them. Shout outs to Sting. Starcade 97 shirt. Y'all can kiss my ass. Starcade 97 is awesome. I don't care about the botched finish to the Hogan Sting match. Bret Hart came out. He made it right. I was 13, 97. I was 12 watching that at my uncle's house. It was the greatest thing in the world. And as always, I'll catch you guys. Or hit subscribe, like if you're new. Go watch the PlayStation video from yesterday. Sign up to Whatnot. Link in the description box down below. You get free money to spend. When you spend that free money, I get free money. Follow me on Instagram as well, especially if you're a hot chick, preferably Latina. And as always, I'll catch you guys on the next video. Later.
So Nintendo just posted one of the strangest financial quarters of the Switch 2 era so far, because Nintendo's total revenue fell, their core gaming revenue also fell, and the hardware slowdown in the Americas and other regions outside Japan remains especially dramatic. Yet operating profit somehow exploded. Now, to be clear, none of this means the Switch 2 is a failure, obviously, but Nintendo's best-selling game this quarter wasn't even a Switch 2 game, it was a Switch 1 game. And buried inside that massive profit increase is an uncomfortable statistic that Nintendo does not want you to look too deeply into, because it represents about 56% of their entire year-over-year operating profit gain, and here's a hint, it has nothing to do with gaming. So what actually powered this quarter? Was it genuine Switch 2 momentum? Perhaps it was consumers panic buying the Switch 2 just to beat the price increase that they announced, or maybe it was actually the Switch 1 and Switch 1 software, or more importantly, maybe it was a financial windfall that Nintendo will never get again. You see, once you look past the headline numbers, this financial report tells a very different story for Nintendo, so let's dive in. Now, for those of you that didn't know, Nintendo just posted their most recent quarterly report, and as usual, when taken at face value, the numbers look pretty good. I'm gonna link all of this in the description below if you want to take a look at the report for yourself, but there were some really interesting things in this report that I really want to drill down on, because a lot of what we've been saying for the last couple of months on this channel is starting to bubble to the surface, and it's showing up in the hard data. And really quick, this is not a sponsor, okay? I just want to say thank you. The amount of support on the channel lately has been insane, so if you've ever liked one of my videos, used the new hype feature, it's really helped out the channel a ton, so seriously, thank you, thank you, thank you. And if you end up enjoying this video, consider leaving a like down below as well. So let's jump
jump right in here. We're going to take a look at what actually happened over the last 3 months for Nintendo. Now, as you can see here at the bottom, I do have all of the sources for this data listed for each slide, so you can double check these numbers yourself. But here's sort of the headline story that I want to start with, okay? We see that the net sales year over year, so quarter one of last year compared to quarter one of this year, net sales are down by almost 10% for Nintendo, and their dedicated gaming sales are also down by 13.1%, and yet we see a 150.5% increase in operating profit. That is an absolute explosion here, but it does present us with a very uncomfortable contradiction, right? Nintendo is a gaming business, and so if their core gaming business is contracting year over year, those are their numbers, not my opinion, but their operating profit more than doubled, what is the actual cause for that massive gap? That's one of many questions we're going to answer in this video. But first, let's talk about how the Switch 2 is selling. And in order to do so, we have to be abundantly clear about the data that we're looking at, okay? What we're comparing is quarter one of this year with quarter one of last year, and quarter one of last year is when the Switch 2 was launched, okay? So any percent decrease here is to be expected. I want to make that very clear. Obviously, you can see hardware sales year over year are down 34.4%, but again, you have to take that in the context of comparing this year to the literal launch of the Switch 2. And the launch of the Switch 2 is really kind of its claim to fame. If there's one thing the Switch 2 did do objectively well, it is sell very well at launch, okay? And so again, we should expect a pretty sizable decrease year over year here. That being said, last year we saw 5.82 million hardware units sell in, okay, which is basically
We'll never win the battles ahead without them. We need as many as we can recruit.
I shall grant whatever wish you may desire.
That is welcome news.
But I won't be letting you take the victory today. Then I think it shall not be up to you.
I declare that the heroic games have begun!
Fire Emblem Fortune's Weed launches September 17th, only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Hi, my name is Latoya Davidson, and I'm the founder of CompliHow. I am a policy and regulatory advisor, and it's a really cool job of helping companies understand what legal requirements apply to their business. So sometimes companies end up drowning in all this legal noise. They get updates from different law firms that they work with, or just different subscriptions that they have. And they don't have time to sift through those emails with their other tons of emails, or really to take a step back and see, what do I need to focus on when it comes to the law? What actually matters? And so they hire me to help them sift through that. And then we part
units shipped out to retailers, and this year it is 3.82 million. And so again, the decrease was expected. Everyone knew that it would go down, but the magnitude of this drop is quite dramatic, right? And one thing that you might expect to sort of offset the inevitable drop, right? Obviously, all the hype is at launch. There's going to be a drop. We all know that, but you would kind of expect that if the Switch 2 had really great games, and I mean a truly stellar lineup after its first year, you would expect those games to attract more buyers. People who maybe are more casual, they weren't super interested in getting the Switch 2 at launch, right? They didn't see any games at launch that they wanted to play on the Switch 2. They didn't really see the value proposition there. What you would expect is for the drop off to not be so dramatic, because there should organically be more customers, more consumers, more players who see the lineup of games that have come out over the last year and say, okay, now it's time to jump in, right? Especially because people want to buy this thing before the inevitable price increase on September 1st. What the numbers show, however, is that there was a dramatic decrease in Switch 2 units sold, or at least, again, sent to retailers, which suggests that the game lineup over the last year hasn't been super compelling for the casual audience. But if this is all we look at, right, if this is the only data point that we talk about in this video, then what I'm saying here is purely speculative, right? right? I mean, again, we objectively knew there was going to be a drop. Everyone knew that. But there's a lot more data we have to talk about here that does actually point in the exact direction that I have been pointing in for the last probably like 9 months, if not longer. So let's dig into those Switch 2 numbers a little bit deeper. And here we can see that the slowdown of the Switch 2 momentum was dramatic in certain regions. And this is definitely something that I have been talking about for months now. Regular viewers of the channel will know that I have been saying, I've been beating on the drum the fact that the Switch 2 does not have a massively appealing game for the Western audience, at least since Mario Kart World, right? And that was the launch title, by the way. Donkey Kong Bonanza did well, but it did not perform on the same level as Mario Kart World. And the data here is kind of startling, honestly. The Western-facing weakness was not subtle because the America hardware shipments fell from 2.08 million to 1.22 million. That is a 41% decrease. Other regions fell by almost 48%, so nearly cut in half. And that's especially bad because other regions were already the weakest performing segment of the Switch 2 at launch. This is page 24 of Nintendo's explanatory material, and this is where we can see the Switch 2 hardware breakdown and also software breakdown, which we will talk about later in this video, so stay tuned. But here you can see, again, this is Q1 last year versus Q1 this year. This is launch quarter versus this most recent quarter. And again, the other category, which is literally all countries outside of Europe, the Americas, and Japan, okay? It was the weakest quarter, and it continues to be, and it had the biggest drop off year over year, right? In other words, this was the region that had the highest opportunity for Nintendo to appeal to, and in fact it went the other way, right? The direction flipped, and this happened to be the biggest drop off year over year, okay? Europe, and that also fell 28% year over year. And so when I say that the biggest reason for the slowdown in Switch 2 adoption isn't just the games, it is the games that appeal to the Western and global audience, right? As you can see, Japan actually did pretty well. I mean, it only fell 18%. Like, that's actually really good when you consider the hype of the launch in Japan, and then a year later it only fell 18%. That's really good, which means the lineup for the Switch 2 is very appealing in Japan, but the opposite is true for the Americas and other regions. The lineup is not nearly as appealing for the rest of the world, and the data proves that. I mean, this is Nintendo's own data that we're looking at here. We see a 41.3% decline for the Americas, 0 new hit tier level games. Last year, of course, it was Mario Kart World. That's like, what, at 15 million sales or something like that at this point, and nothing introduced since then has broken that ceiling, right? We haven't seen anything similar to that, and that was a game that was bundled in. People paid for it with the console to get what they perceived to be a bit of a better deal. But now let's compare the software sales for Switch 2 and Switch 1. And here we could see 9.46 million software units sold for Switch 2 compared to 33.81 million for the Switch 1. Now, clearly, let me just be abundantly clear, okay? The install base for the Switch 1 is way bigger than the install base of the Switch 2, and that is obviously why. I mean, this number was always going to be bigger, right? I'm not going to sit here and say like, oh, the Switch 1 games are still selling better than Switch 2. Clearly the Switch 2 is a failure, right? That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is people are still buying games. People are still spending money on games, and according to Nintendo, the best-selling game of the quarter was a Switch 1 game, right? It was Tomodachi Life Living the Dream. So on one hand, it's great that they're still supporting the Switch 1, right? Like games like this, you don't have to buy a Switch 2. That's fantastic for the consumer. But my point here is that Nintendo does still make hit games, obviously. Like, what are we talking about? It's just they're not on the Switch 2 yet. And so everyone's kind of wondering like, okay, well, where is the game that I need to buy a Switch 2 for? For some people, it was Mario Kart. For some people, it was Donkey Kong. For some people, it was Pokopia. But last quarter, none of those games beat Tomodachi Life, which, again, released on the Switch 1. And that point is actually super relevant when we talk about the quarter-over-quarter hardware increase for the Switch 2, because you might look at these numbers and say, wow, like demand for the Switch 2 went through the roof this quarter. We saw previously it was 2.49 million. This past quarter was 3.82. That's a 53.4% increase in Switch 2 sales quarter over quarter. But when you look at the fact that the best-selling game last quarter was a Switch 1 game, we don't have any more massive games breaking that 10 million sales threshold. We have to contextualize why people are buying the Switch 2. I mean, according to their own data, there hasn't been a new massive Switch 2 game that came out. Why is everyone suddenly buying a Switch 2? Well, they announced a price increase, right? And we actually saw, I covered here on the channel, demand spiked through the roof in Japan. Weekly unit sales like 8x or something like that the week after they announced the price increase in Japan. And what do you know? They also announced a price increase for the United States and Europe, right? So the only logical conclusion to arrive at is that if we see demand pulled forward before the price increase, which is logical, right? I mean, obviously, if you were planning to get a Switch 2 and now you know, hey, it's going to be more expensive later, well, you might as well get it now and save some money. Like, obviously, consumers are going to do that. I'm not even blaming them. It makes sense, right? I mean, of course, I want to save money. Everyone wants to save money. But if we see the hard numbers, which, again, I've already covered this on the channel, so you'll have to check with recent videos, but if we already see the hard data proves that demand spiked after the price increase announcement, and there was no massive game that came out this quarter, then the only logical conclusion you can arrive at is that people in the United States and other countries also went out to buy a Switch 2 when they saw the price was going up. Now, they also announced Ocarina of Time, and so surely there were some people that saw the announcement and then they were like, okay, well, now I know there's a game that I want. Now I know that's coming down the pipeline. I'm gonna buy one now before the price increase so that way I have it for Zelda, right? Like, that's totally a reasonable conclusion that any consumer would come to, right? Obviously, we all want to save some money here and there. So what I'm trying to say is that this quarter over quarter jump of 53%, what you would want to see, and this is just me personally, right? Like, if I were going to buy their stock, okay, I would want to see the demand increase for the console, their latest flagship hardware, the Switch 2. I would want to see demand spikes because good games come out, right? But instead what we're seeing, and again, all numbers point in the same direction here, so we know that this is the case. What we're seeing is huge spikes in demand to avoid the price increase, not necessarily for any one particular game. People just want to save a couple of dollars, right? And so this demand is once again pulled forward, and that's kind of been the entire story of the Switch 2, right? I mean, they had so many units available at launch, and so a lot of demand for the Switch 2 over the course of its first like 6 to 9 months was pulled forward in that launch window. Then this year in 2026, they announced the price increase, so they pulled forward the rest of that year's demand as well. And yet lots of people are still sitting around waiting for a big game. Their Switch 2 is collecting dust. My girlfriend's Switch 2 hasn't been touched since Pokopia came out. It's been like 3 or 4 months, right? And like, look, this isn't throwing shade. She's more of a casual gamer.
When nicotine cravings keep you up at night.
She's an adult with a real job, a full-time, she's got things to do, other games she's playing like Pal World, right? There's no reason for her as a casual gamer to pick up her Switch 2, and millions of Switch 2 owners are in that exact same position. How do I know this? The numbers that Nintendo shared prove that. We saw the hardware spiked 53%, but Switch 2 software quarter over quarter fell 12.3% from 10.8 million units to 9.5 million units. And this is how we know. It's not even speculation. Demand was pulled forward. There's no other way to read this data because all these people are buying a Switch 2 and we're not seeing the same level of jump in software sales. So what you would expect to see is that if a great game came out and everyone bought the Switch 2, software sales would go up because they've got all these games they want to buy, right? But instead, hardware went up, software went down. And I almost feel like a broken record because I've been saying this month after month after month, but there are tons of people out there who just don't know what to play on their Switch 2. They're still waiting for that reason. They're still waiting for the reason why they gave Nintendo $500, because if you look at Nintendo's own data right on their website that they just updated, and we do some third grade math here, okay, stay with me. If you take the total amount of software units sold and you divide it by the total number of Switch 2 units sold, we see that the average Switch 2 owner has 2 games, some of them have 3 games, right? Because there's no such thing as half a game, okay? There's no such thing as half of a video game. Actually, Yoshi was kind of half of a video game, but that's just me throwing shade. But that's my point. Most users, after over a year of the Switch 2 on the market, have only bought 2 games. Some of them bought 3 games. And by the way, most of these sales came with a game, right? They came with either Mario Kart World, or in the case of the Pick Your Game bundle, you got Donkey Kong Bonanza or Pokopia, whatever the game is. But the point is that if they bought the console and it came with a game, well, that's one of their games in their library right there. So over the last year, the average Switch 2 user has bought only 1 additional game outside the bundle. Some people bought 2 games, right? And then when you factor in all of the enthusiasts, a lot of people have 8 or 9 games, and other people only have the 1 game that they have bundled with the console. And that's what I've been saying for months at this point, and quarter after quarter, I'm being proven right yet again. People are sitting around waiting for a game to play on the Switch 2, and that's not their fault, right? You always see the purity testers out there like, oh, actually, the Switch 2 has so many great games, you're just not a real gamer, you're not playing it. It's like, actually, no, people buy Nintendo consoles for Nintendo games. So sure, you might like Cyberpunk, but other people already played that. And this is why we still see the Switch 1 is very prominent in Nintendo's ecosystem to this day. Switch 1 software year over year is up 38.6%. That's massive, right? Now, of course, some of the games on the Switch 2 are also simultaneously on the Switch 1, so I'm thinking about Metroid, Pokemon Legends EA, but then you've got the Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 bundle, you've got Tomodachi Life. Here we see the Switch 1 has the total opposite problem. They've got plenty of games that people want to spend their money on, and you see that reflected in the data. I mean, look, Tomodachi Life, according to Nintendo, sold over 8 million units as of August 5th, okay? So let's take a look at their own numbers. This is not a spin from me. I'm not trying to convince you of anything. This is just what they're reporting, okay? The Switch 2 software for this entire quarter was 9.46 million units. So Tomodachi Life sold almost as well as all Switch 2 software combined, all of it. Every single Switch 2 game reported here combined is barely more than just Tomodachi Life. So the Switch 1 is still doing a lot of the heavy lifting here, and there's still tons of consumers and gamers sitting on the sidelines saying, why should I buy a Switch 2? There's not a game for me on there yet. I don't have a reason to buy a Switch 2. And I've been saying that for months at this point, and every quarterly report, I feel more and more vindicated. Let's move on to the next thing. The first party games that did release for the Switch 2 this quarter did not do very well, okay? There's just no other way to spin it. There's no other way to look at it. Yoshi and the Mysterious Book and Star Fox did not do super well this quarter. Neither of them broke 1 million units. Now, in the case of Star Fox, it was only on sale for like 5 or 6 days. But let's just be abundantly clear about one thing, okay? Star Fox did not sell 1 million units because in its opening week, it sold 41,000 units, and Yoshi and the Mysterious Book during its first week sold 39,000, okay? They sold almost identically in Japan. So let's not sit there and pretend like, oh, well, it only had 5 days on the market. It's like, you know it didn't sell well. You know it didn't. There's no reason to assume that it sold way better than Yoshi if opening week they sold the same. And let's get one thing straight here, okay? Obviously, their quarterly data ends on June 30th, but they are still reporting data after the June 30th mark. As we can see here with Tomodachi Life, they show the 8 million units sold as of August 5th, okay? So they're perfectly capable of putting in data past that exact cutoff, at least in the supplemental information, which is what we're looking at right here. This is the explanatory material. This will be linked down below. This is Nintendo's own presentation, okay? So what do you think the odds are if Star Fox did sell 1 million units that they would put it in here to make it look really good, just like they did with Tomodachi Life? Of course they would do that, right? Of course they would do that. Why would they only do that for Tomodachi and not do that for Star Fox? Of course that doesn't make any sense. If Star Fox sold really well after the quarter ended, they would have put it in this presentation just like they did with Tomodachi Life, as you can see right here. But they didn't because they couldn't, because Star Fox did not sell well. What does that mean? It means that these games were not system sellers for the Switch 2, which is something something I've said on the channel before, I'll say it again, people are still waiting for the reason to buy a Switch 2. Neither of these games were that. But let's talk about Mario Kart, because that was a game that sold the system. In fact, it was the game that sold the system at launch. And here we can see something very uncomfortable about Mario Kart World unit sales as reported in this most recent quarter, okay? Life to date, Mario Kart World had a sales increase of 4.7%. That's about 690,000 units, okay? And at the same time, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe life-to-date numbers went from 71.08 million to 71.53 million. So wait a minute, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe sold 450,000 units. So
after a huge new order was placed, we switched to AT&T Business Internet to keep up with the demand. We even brought on an intern to help. How we looking?
They keep coming out upside down. Wow. I'm learning so much from you.
Do you owe the IRS more than $10,000? I can help. Hi, I'm Lance Drury, and I want you to...
The new Mario Kart, which just came out for the Switch 2, only sold 240,000 more units than the game that is 9 years old. And by the way, that's the deluxe version. Mario Kart 8 came out on the Wii U, for those of you that don't remember. Mario Kart 8 for the Wii U came out in 2014, 12 years ago, okay? And obviously the deluxe version is better. There's more content there. But my point is, the difference between Mario Kart World and a game that's been on the shelf for 9 years should be dramatic. These sales numbers should not be this close, and that is a really bad sign for Mario Kart World. People are not feeling this entry. That's a topic for a whole other video, and other people are probably much better suited to make that video than me, but for whatever reason, the casual audience really likes Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and they really don't like Mario Kart World nearly as much. Now, I'm not saying it's a bad game. I'm not saying people hate the game, but clearly something about Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is more appealing. Otherwise, these numbers would not be as close as they are. I mean, really, like, I'm trying to be nice about this, but this is actually just embarrassing for Mario Kart World. There's no other way around it. Like, that's crazy. That is actually insane. But this data point is also super concerning for the future of the Switch 2 ecosystem, and this is the sluggishness of third-party game sales. 82.6% of recognized software revenue for Nintendo comes from first-party software, okay? So Nintendo games. Now, as you can see here, third-party went down dramatically by about 50%, but it's important to realize that Nintendo obviously doesn't get all of the profits from a third-party game that is sold because they didn't make it, right? The people that made the game get a majority of the profit. So this isn't exactly apples to apples, but the trajectory is exactly apples to apples. That is exactly what we're talking about here. We should not see this rift growing, right? It should stay about the same. If anything, we would like to see it shift a little bit more towards third party, because the idea is like, oh my God, the Switch 2 is getting so much third party support. Everybody loves third party on Switch 2. It's like, actually, objectively, they don't. They're not buying the third party games on Switch 2. And that's increasingly the case, not decreasingly the case, right? So in other words, more third-party games came out for Switch 2 this year, and the ratio of revenue went the other way. They actually made more money off first-party, right? So it's like third-party software went from doing bad to even worse, right? I mean, that's what we see here. That's the numbers. They said it, not me. So the idea that like, oh, the Switch 2, it's getting all this third-party support. That's so great. Everyone's buying a Switch 2 for the third-party games now that they're finally there. It's like, nope, that's just not true. Objectively, it's not true. It's a nice little bonus for some people, right? Little sprinkle on top. Now you can play Hogwarts Legacy at more than 10 frames per second, okay? Now you can play Cyberpunk on the go if you wanted to, but people aren't. They're just not. That's what the data says. A vast majority of the revenue that Nintendo makes from software is first-party games, and really, everyone who's been honest with themselves knew that from the very beginning. You knew it, I knew it, everyone knows it. People buy Nintendo consoles for Nintendo games. Anyone who tells you otherwise is objectively wrong. The data shows it, Nintendo knows it, it is what it is. Let's move on to game key cards, because this is relevant to the third-party discussion. Most third-party games are game key cards, and Nintendo does not break down the percentage of sales or revenue for game key cards specifically, and this is important. Now, let me be clear, they typically don't, right? I mean, they usually kind of lump digital game sales in with everything else, like DLC and digital-only games, right? Like we see here with Fire Red and Leaf Green. So usually they don't don't break down exactly these numbers, so there was no reason to expect them to break down the numbers for game key cards, right? Like they don't have any sort of requirement to come out and say like, hey, look, here's how many game key cards were sold in the last quarter. They're not required to say that, right? That's not data that they're required to say. But here's what is true. Game key cards have had a really bad reputation online over the last year, right? Everybody knows this. The overwhelming sentiment online for game key cards has been negative, right? I mean, they've turned off comments. You see dislikes on the game key card announcement video, or I should say the explanation video, right? So everyone online hates it. What Nintendo could have done if game key cards sold well was tell investors, hey, look, this is how good they're selling. You can ignore the online backlash, right? That would have been the best strategy for Nintendo if the game key cards sold well. In fact, they would have a financial incentive to do that and reassure their investors, hey, look, we know everyone online hates game key cards, but actually they're selling really well. Here's the number, right? So what I'm saying is they would share the number if it was good. But of course they don't share the number because it's not good. And one of the ways we know it's not good is because the majority of third-party games are on game key cards and they're not selling well, and that is abundantly clear because we did just take a look at that data. So while we can't conclusively say that game key cards sold horribly, I think everyone knows that they did, as long as you're operating within the realm of reality. But what we can look at is the digital sale breakdown relative to all sales here, okay? Because that's exactly what they actually share with this graph. You might look at this and say, wow, digital sales are up 90%. Oh my God, digital future confirmed, right? But that does not paint the full picture. Obviously, we're comparing it to launch quarter for the Switch 2, right? So there weren't even that many games to buy digitally. But once you factor in all of the add-ons, right? Like we saw day one DLC basically for games like Legend ZA, and then we also see digital-only releases like Fire Red and Leaf Green, which sold millions of units. Obviously, digital sales are going to be dramatically higher now than last year. I mean, what are we talking about? The more interesting number here is number 2, actually, the proportion of digital sales. So this says proportion to total dedicated video game platform software sales. We see it as 61.5%. What they're arguing here is that year over year, we're seeing more digital buyers, right? That's what they're trying to argue. It increased 2.2%. But here's something really interesting that I wanted to point out here. The real full game split between physical and digital games is actually almost exactly 50-50. And the way that we know this is because of the chart that I just showed you right here, okay? You can actually see that total digital sales is 132.7 billion yen. That is this entire bar right here. As you can see off to the left, it's between 120 and 140. It's 132.7, okay? However, the yellow portion of this bar is exclusively download-only software, okay? So games that only exist digitally, and add-on content, Nintendo Switch Online, etc. So that's DLC, subscription services, all of that. Once you remove that component, which is stuff that doesn't exist physically, okay? That's why we're removing it, because you can't buy Fire Red physically. I would have loved to do that if I could, just as a collector, right? I love the game, but they didn't do that. It's digital only, and so I didn't buy it because I can play the game digitally already, and I already have the actual cartridge. But my point is, removing the digital only portion, you see that full game digital sales were 84 billion yen, which, as you can see right here, based on this y-axis, is just barely above 50%. And in fact, it's exactly 50.3%, which means physical game software, physical games in the box, are 49.7% of sales. So of course, Nintendo is going to try to push the headline number of like, oh, 61%, it's digital, right? We're going in that direction. Year over year, digital sales are up 90%, right? It's a digital future. Everyone knows it. It's like, actually, no, it's literally 50-50 by their own data. But now I want to take you back to the numbers that I shared at the very beginning of the video, okay? If net sales are down 9.5% and dedicated gaming sales are down 13.1%, and we see Switch 2 hardware is down 34%, and we see Switch 2 software down 12.3% quarter over quarter, third-party game sales are down, Star Fox and Yoshi didn't do super well. Okay, if all of that is true, which it is, those are all their numbers, how did operating profit increase 150% year over year? That's insane. Well, it's not because they had a hit game on their hands. It's not because this quarter was a blowout quarter, massive success for the Switch 2. It's not even because the massive pull forward demand of the Switch 2 in relation to the price hike. And those of you who watch my PlayStation video will already have seen this coming, but the answer is a one-time $300 million refund as a result of tariffs paid to the United States that is now being paid back to Nintendo. Based on Nintendo's own reported average exchange rate, 300 million US dollars was approximately 47.8 billion yen added to their operating profit last quarter as a result of a one-time tariff refund. In other words, they gave this money to the US government and now they're getting it back. They didn't release a hit game, they didn't set the world on fire, they didn't melt your face off, there weren't a bunch of consumers running out there saying, oh my god, dude, Tomodachi Life looks so good on the Switch 2, I'm gonna buy a Switch 2 just for that. No, they effectively gave money to the US government for a few months and then just got the money back. And like, look, I'm not gonna pretend like that's not real money. That is real money on their bottom line. That is operating profit. That does move the needle. There's nothing fake about this, right? But it dramatically improves their numbers because this is not a result of core business activity. In other words, this is not a huge spike in profit because they made a game for a certain dollar amount and then they made way more than that on the sales of the game. No, they're just getting their own money back. And by the way, last year their profit was 56.9 billion. This year it was 100.
Lead a team of heroes in a legendary Xenoblade Chronicles adventure with the power of Nintendo Switch 2. Charge into battle alongside a new playable blade and prepare to fight in a new action battle mode. Xenoblade Chronicles 2 Nintendo Switch 2 Edition, available now.
Let's go now, 15, faster now.
Faster.
0.15.
Gotta be faster.
Fractions of a second.
Hey, there we go.
42.6 billion. So the difference there, the year-over-year increase is $85.7 billion and 47.8 billion of that was a tariff refund. So objectively, right, this is not a spin, this is what happened. 56% of their year-over-year profit increase was a one-time tariff refund.